la mesa que hay ahí está
Good morning. Good morning. We're going to start this second day of our Arqus Forum. As you can see, we have changed from our School of Architecture to one of the historical student residences here in the same historical quarter of the Ralejo in Granada. We hope you enjoy the surroundings of this beautiful building, and I would like to thank very much the director of this Colegio Mayor, Juan García Montero, a dear friend, for allowing us to use this room today and this building today. Thank you very much, Juan. Today, as you know, we are going to spend more time looking to the future. Yesterday we looked at the results, at the output of our first 3 years, and now we're going to look more to the future. And in order to do so, we have organized 2 panels. The first, a panel dealing with the initiative in general, the European Universities Initiative in general, and the second, looking more inwardly at the future of Arqus in particular. I would like to thank the members of the panel for being here. In some cases, I know it hasn't been easy. Roberto, thank you. Markus, thank you. And we are very, very pleased to bring to this panel discussion, which I hope will be an open discussion and conversation on the future of the European Universities Initiative, the position, of course, firstly, of the European Commission. And I would like to thank Vanessa Debiais-Sainton. Vanessa, good morning. It's great to have you. It's great to have you with us virtually. We're very sorry that you're not able to be here personally, but we do understand, of course, that it's impossible to be everywhere. And at least technology allows us to be almost everywhere at the same time. So thank you very, very much, Vanessa. I imagine you are all very familiar with Vanessa. Vanessa is head of unit for higher education at DG-EAC, but very particularly is the leading light of this European initiative and has been from the very, very beginning. So we're very, very pleased to have Vanessa with us today. We also felt it was very important to have the perspective of the national authorities in the member states. And so we have with us Markus González, Under Secretary at the Spanish Ministry for Universities, and someone who knows this initiative extremely well from both sides, because he has also been directly involved in Charm EU as an alliance in his time as Vice-Rector at the University of Barcelona. Markus, thank you for being here. The student perspective, which is absolutely essential, as you know, for this initiative, and we're very pleased to have with us the president of the Erasmus Student Network, Juan Rayón, alumni of this university, I think is also important to say. And ESN is going to be an associate partner in our second phase, so it's great to have Juan here. Thank you very much. A perspective from another alliance, because one of the very interesting things about this initiative is that it has given rise to now 44 very diverse alliances. And we are very, very pleased to have here with us today Roberto Zanino from the Politecnico di Torino, representing the Unite Alliance, an alliance which is a little different to Arqus in that it is of technological institutions. So it'll be very, very interesting, Roberto, to hear how we share the experience of this adventure. And last but very definitely not least, Ruth Ladenheim, a former Secretary of State at the Argentinian Ministry of Education and Science, Universities and Science, and a member of our International Advisory Board. So Ruth brings also a global perspective. What does this initiative mean and how is it perceived outside Europe? So thank you very, very much indeed, Ruth. The European Universities Initiative, which, as you all know, began in 2017 with Macron's famous Sorbonne speech, is currently at a very crucial stage of its development, with 16 of the initial 17 alliances commencing their second 4-year work plans, with 4 new alliances joining the initiative, all coordinated by Spanish universities. The 24 alliances of the second round preparing their renewal plans. Most of the original 41 alliances with enlargement plans, so an increasing number of universities becoming involved, and a fairly substantial number of potential alliances also preparing their applications, some of whom have in fact been working intensely together since the very first call, even without the seal of the initiative itself, and of course without the funding. So we believe it is an appropriate time to take stock of the results, the impact, and the future of this pioneering initiative. As I said, this is the first of 2 panels, this a more general approach, the second a more specific Arqus approach, addressing many, many issues. Issues such as, how do we avoid this initiative creating a 2-speed system, a 2-tier system within the European higher education area? Those who are in, those who are out. How do we avoid differences between the different generations of alliances? Are the first generation alliances different to the second? What about the new alliances up to 60? We believe to be in place by 2024. How can our member states support the alliances? Through regulatory change and, of course, through helping us to be sustainable financially, which is a concern for all of us. And how to ensure that there is systemic impact. How to ensure that this is not just another short-term project, but that we really do achieve the structural, systemic, and sustainable impact which the initiative originally planned to achieve. How can we make sure that our students and our academics are involved, are engaged, and how do we make sure, of course, that they benefit from this initiative? How do we ensure a balance amongst the 3 major missions of our universities? This is an initiative which has initially been funded by the Erasmus Plus program, so is more education-oriented. We then have had funding from Horizon 2020, and we're still looking a little at the future of that funding for research, because for research universities such as ours, it is impossible to separate education from research. It's an essential part of our being, of our very, very nature. And then, of course, our societal engagement. And how do we communicate internally to our university communities? How do we communicate externally that this is not just another project? And how can we ensure that this initiative makes the European higher education area more attractive beyond Europe? And I think the global perspective is particularly important. So I'm going to ask each member of the panel to address those of these issues you feel are most of interest from your perspective. I would like to start with Vanessa. Vanessa, it would be lovely to hear from the perspective of the Commission just how you see the future and how you see some of these issues which are on the table. Thank you.
Dorothy, and good morning to all of you. It's really a pleasure to be able to participate in this panel, even if not physically, but at least online. So indeed, as you know, this initiative is really a flagship of our European strategy for universities that we have presented earlier this year. So it's very important. We see this initiative really as a trailblazer to really paved the way, I would say, for the entire higher education community as a good practice on how to put in practice some of the key objectives that we have put together with the member states and together with the higher education community in this European strategy for universities. So that's why it's very important for us to be here and to be able to support you as much as we can with this objective of implementing a European university. Now, to answer your question, and Dorothy, and you already explained, Dorothy, the outcomes of the call that we published last year. So I would like first to congratulate the Arqus European University for making it. So now you received an important budget for the next 4 years to, I would say, mainstream important activities that you have set in place and to mainstream it so that more faculties, more departments, more students and staff can benefit from this new way of teaching, learning and doing research. So looking at the future, Dorothy, you raised an important point, which is how to avoid a two-speed system and differences between generations of alliances, because indeed we started with 17 alliances in 2019 that were followed up with 24 other alliances in 2020. And now we'll continue with the first 16 alliances, and we are going to launch a call in the coming months to sustain the next ones. Actually, what we see is that all of these alliances have different starting points, and what is important for us is to see progress in all of them. And because between these two ways of alliances, because each of them have different starting points, we see that, for example, some alliances in the second wave are more advanced than other alliances in the first wave, simply because of different starting points. Certainly also because the first wave has been hugely hit and impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. So I think now it is time for EU1 and for EU2, which are the informal, I would say, network of each of these group of alliances. It's time to maybe have joint meetings and joint exchanges. Actually, we have already started, for example, by encouraging cooperation between several alliances, be it from the first or the second wave, on common topics. And I will mention one, which is the Startup Villages, which is an initiative led by the Joint Research Center under the leadership of our Commissioner, which is to support rural areas, including in the field of agriculture. And we have several alliances, be it from the first and the second wave, that are tackling this topic. And now they have created a hub together between these 6 alliances to tackle this issue and contribute to this, to setting up these startup villages. And I think that's a very good way forward on how we can foster cooperation between these different alliances. And actually our commissioner was very happy. She had the opportunity to meet them last week in Salamanca, and she would like to see more of such cooperation between alliances, no matter whether they are from this first or second wave. And I'll come back to that in a moment. You raised also a very important point, Dorothy, which is how to ensure balance among all the missions of higher education institutions through this European University Initiative. And as you know, removing silos between education and research is one of the key objectives of these European universities, which is not easy, and we may not facilitate your work by providing you at European level with different sources of funding. Nevertheless, it's very important that through your steering management and through your governance, that you manage in removing these silos. And that is why we're investing so much budget. You are now receiving up to 14 million euro for 4 years. This is among the biggest European investment, I would say, for 4 years through a European source of funding, which is quite a lot. And this is precisely to invest in this governance steering, to remove silos. Then, of course, you have different sources of funding to implement the actual education research activities. But this is a very specific action, these European universities, where we are investing not only in education or research activities, but we are investing in staff costs for you to invest in your management, in your steering, in your organization internally, but also across your members to make this work. And as you said, Dorothy, to make this work, it's important to not look at this initiative as a project, to not look at, on one side, Erasmus Plus funding that supports education activities, and on the other side, Horizon Europe that supports research activities. It's a wrong way of looking at it. We see in a number of alliances where it's two complete different things, not working with each other. And that is something that you need to prevent as much as possible. Actually, these things should work together. And ideally, all your departments in your individual higher education institutions should work in the same direction. That is the mission that you have established together as members of this European university. Ideally, each strategy of each university that is a member of the Arqus Alliance should have the objectives of Arqus really embedded within the strategy of your own universities. That's very, very important, because if you are not doing that, you're going to duplicate forces and resources. For example, if I take the example of communicating on Arqus should be integrated in each of your communication departments in your universities. Then, of course, you need a coordination at the level of the European University, but you do not need to replicate communication departments specifically dedicated to this European University. It should be totally embedded in it. And I have taken the example of communication, but it should be the same for all other important tasks to make this European University a reality. So really embedding the mission, the objectives of this European University in all the departments of your universities is the key to succeed and to remove silos between all the different missions and all the different departments. For example, when it comes to integrating, well, one way where we see that some alliances succeed or seem to succeed in that path is to integrate a challenge-based approach in all the curriculum of their students, where their students can contribute to the research of their research teams. That is one way of removing silos between research and innovation, but it's only one example among many others. It's also very important that the researchers can feed back the results of their latest research into education. And there are many different ways of doing it. There is not one single way, but it's again very important to have it embedded within your strategies and make sure that all staff and students are involved in this decision making and in implementing such governance, so that everybody feels empowered to implement the objectives of the Arqus Alliance. Now, this leads to my third point, which is about how to promote systemic impact. Well, systemic impact is really what we are looking at, is that the innovative activities that you are set in place really then is mainstream across all departments and faculties as the way to go ahead. I mean, with new innovative learning teaching, with implementing living labs, for example, you know, that it's really can transform the way you teach and the way you learn in all different departments of your individual universities by jointly cooperating between you. So you are now receiving up to 14 million euro for 4 years. As I said, it's quite important. It's a huge investment at European level, and it's really a way to invest in staff cost, to invest really in setting in place these structures at all levels of your departments. We know that many of the alliances have said that this 14 million euro, although it's a huge investment, is not enough. And we are cooperating with the member states and with all the ministries on that, on how they could complement this funding at national level. We'll have actually a meeting this afternoon and tomorrow with members of ministries to discuss that. We have performed a study, and there is a wide variety across Europe on how this funding is provided by different ministries, and we will continue discussing it at the level of the Directors General in November this year. So you see that it's really a topic that we are working on at European level to provide you with a sustainable funding. Well, now this 14 million euros for 4 years, and you'll have plus 2 years afterwards. So you have a funding for 6 years, which gives you a good perspective to invest your time in this initiative. We are also talking with the member states to complement this funding. Here, I would like to mention a little point that is important. You know that we have announced publicly this 14 million euro, which is quite huge, and it's not all higher education institutions across Europe that have access to it. You mentioned it, Dorothy. We now have about 370 universities involved in this initiative, but we have 5,000 higher education institutions across Europe. Some of them complaining to their ministries that they feel a little bit aside, and that funding the European universities should not be at the expense of other higher education institutions, because we see you as leading the way for others to benefit of all the progress that you are making all together. And I would like to mention the Council recommendation on building bridges between higher educations across Europe that is going to really pave the way for transformation among all your ministries. This will have a positive impact, we hope, on all higher education institutions, not only European universities, when it comes to setting up a joint European degree label, or when it comes to piloting possible legal stages at European level for such alliances. This will have a positive benefit for all higher education institutions. So we encourage you to discuss with your ministries on what is the best possible way to support you. But I would like to mention that, because we've seen not Arqus, but other alliances complaining in the press that they do not receive enough budget, I would like just to invite all alliances to have a political sensitivity when they draft such articles, especially when they have just received 14 million euro from Erasmus+. There is a way to approach your ministries, and I think the way you do it today by inviting your ministry in such a meeting is the right way to do it, more than complaining publicly using the tone of a union. You know, I really, really invite you to use a political sensitivity there. Now, there are many different sources of funding on top of this 14 million euro that we are giving you through Erasmus+. As I said, this 14 million euro is really for staff cost to put in place this new steering management, to remove silos between all the different departments, to embed this strategy of your European University in each department of your universities. But on top of that, to implement your education and research activities, there are plenty of other sources of funding, be it through all the different key actions of Erasmus+, be it through Horizon Europe, be it through Digital Europe that is going to launch new masters in advanced technologies. It's clear that by being a member of a European university with a clear long-term strategy, with all these governance that I've been talking before, you have a clear competitive advantage to succeed in this course. So just to let you know that we do really our maximum to support all of you and to really encourage you to invest. I know that it's a lot of investment. I know that it's a lot of work. But my objective today is to really to convince you that it is really worth investing in it. There is a lot of support from the member states that has been renewed with the council conclusions adopted this year. So you have full support from the member states, full support from the Commission in your endeavor. And I'm looking forward to also listening your feedback today during this panel so that we can see how we can best work together. And one last point on the systemic impact. I mentioned the startup villages, which was one example of cooperation between different alliances. We are going to organize in October, so in several weeks, a meeting with all alliances to encourage you in cooperating with other alliances on dedicated topics that are in the core of your strategy. For example, being to develop incubators in your universities, or be it to developing living labs on specific thematics that are developed by your alliances, preferably on both education and research sides together. So we'll have opportunity to discuss more of that in October, and putting in contact also the alliances with SMEs and companies that are very much eager to contribute as well. So I will stop here, and I'm looking forward to listening to your feedback. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed, Vanessa, for covering so many aspects of what we wanted to discuss here today. So that's good. I think embedding and mainstreaming are clearly key words. Vanessa can't hear us.
Now I can hear you.
Can you hear us now?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. I think it's off.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. No, the mic is off. Hay que darle al micro. It's sorry, there's some sort of interference. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can.
Great. Sorry. So thank you very much, Vanessa. I think just to pick up some of the key words, the embedding, the mainstreaming, the consolidation. I don't think anyone in this room needs convincing that it is worth investing in this initiative. I think we're all absolutely 100% convinced that it is worth investing in this initiative. But I think we also all agree that it's not an easy initiative. And one of the issues, of course, as you are very, very aware, Vanessa, is that education does not fall within the remit of the European Union's competences. Education falls within the remit of national competences. And we don't go to the press to speak to our ministry. We have very good links with our ministry, very good relations. Our ministry is here today with us. So, Markus, I would like to move on perhaps to the national context. With all of these issues that we've just been discussing, systemic impact, sustainability, balance, and so on. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Dorothy. First of all, thank you for inviting me to be present in this very interesting panel. And I would like also to take the opportunity to congratulate University of Granada, universities that are members of Arqus, universities that are Unite, and other universities that you did a very good job, a great job, and therefore you have now the new project for the new years, coming years. I think this is a very positive new, and in particular in Spain, in the Ministry of University, we're also very happy because of the success of many Spanish universities that are understanding that this initiative is a pioneering initiative. It's an exciting initiative. It's a way to transform really our universities. So this idea that many universities want to take part, and if even if they didn't succeed, they ask us for funding also to participate for the next generation. I think this is a very good starting point. No? Although I'm also going to say that I think it's not only a question of money. Money is very important, but I think it's not only a question of money. So how to ensure the systemic impact? Of course, I mean, we're going to talk about this during the whole morning, so I would just to share with you a couple of ideas. I think a very first, very obvious thing, but I think that's very, very important to understand that we should realize that the European initiative is not an initiative of European Commission anymore. It's not only a European initiative anymore. It's now, after this the 3 rounds, now it's our initiative. And when I talk about our, I think I'm talking now as member of the government, but I was also member of the University of Barcelona. So it's our issue. It's on our table. European Commission, member states, universities, societies, and we have to realize that co-creation was very important, co-implementation is very important, and this requires an active long-term commitment. And this is always, I think, difficult for all of us, but this idea of being present, participating, discussing, listening to, participating in panels, I think this is really very, very important in order to understand or to try to have this long-term commitment and to understand that this is really an exciting but also of course difficult, very difficult initiative. After this very obvious thing, I think we all need to set up the framework conditions in order to make it possible. You know? And of course universities have their roles and governments have also their roles. Now as government, what can we do in order to set up these framework conditions? Of course, first trying to understand what's happening, no? Because sometimes from the central quarters you are too far away from reality. So I think it's very important to share, to be present in all like this, like here, no? Just to understand which are the real problems, what are the needs of universities when participating in such initiatives. Of course, then we have to remove system-level barriers that are still present. Here, I think some of them are legal barriers, and then the idea is how to identify which are these barriers and try to then make the changes that are possible in every particular context. In Spain, we tried, and we've done some legal reforms in order to remove some of the obstacles that were there. But I think it's not only a question of legal barriers, it's also how we interpret, how we understand, how the administration understands rules. And if they are, it can do also more flexible interpretation. Sometimes you don't need to change the law, you have to be open-minded and then to remove what is an obstacle in practice. No? Then I think we should try to be more coherent with our own whole policies. No? This is a very important flagship initiative, but then when we are talking about many other issues, we should take into account that this is already working and we have to take coherent political decisions, which is not always the case, or it's not always easy. And then I think what we as governments can also do is just to support as much as we can pilots or initiatives. No? I think now the next call for the legal entities or the label, and this is also an opportunity for universities to test, to discuss, and there, at least this is where our aim also is to be present, to participate in this discussion, to support this, because we have also to learn in practice. No? I think so. Dialogue is essential, and I think a bottom-up approach is always easier in order to move forward. No? Taking decisions at governmental level without knowing exactly what's going on, it's really very difficult, and therefore we need this bottom-up approach, and therefore I thank always invitations to take part, to learn from you what you need, where are the problems, because this helps us to move forward. No? So these are some of the ideas I just wanted to show you regarding the systemic impact. Maybe later we can tackle other issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Markus. I think indeed dialogue is important, and Vanessa was talking about cooperation amongst and across alliances, and I think one of the very, very interesting spontaneous initiatives which have arisen are the Foreu, the two forums, the two informal networks of alliances, but also at national level in many of the Arqus countries. There are national groupings of universities involved in alliances, and we have a very fluent dialogue with the ministry. And I think that is key to moving forward for systemic impact also. But of course, the student perspective is absolutely essential in all of this. Students are raison d'être of our universities. So Juan, over to you to hear from the Erasmus Student Network.
You're correct, Dorothy. Thank you so much. Sometimes people...
Erasmus Student Network, I got it right.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Dorothy. It's a great pleasure to be here today. As you said, I am an alumnus from this university, so it's extremely exciting. Not only an alumnus, but I started my ESN journey in ESN Granada, right? So 6 years ago, basically around this time, I was here, joining my first courses and starting the second part of my internationalization journey, which I believe is quite relevant to understand the points that I want to highlight here. I think, well, first of all, ESN has been involved in the European University Initiative since the beginning. We have supported it since the beginning with the idea that there is a need for innovative initiatives that put students at the center with an impact perspective, right? Understanding students and alumni as agents of change, and basically building bridges, building also on existing initiatives, in our case, on the success of 35 years of Erasmus, learning also about the challenges and problems that we have seen in 35 years of Erasmus, and the aspects that still need improvement. I'm very optimistic about how we can use this systemic impact to overcome all these challenges and to create a real European student body that could be part of the objective of this initiative, in my opinion. I think that if there is something that I would like to see for the future of European university alliances, for the future of the initiative in general, is the creation of a culture of opportunities across higher education institutions. A culture of opportunities, which basically means that students across our universities understand that the alliances, the fact that their universities are part of these alliances, are a source of opportunities for them, and that can benefit in a tangible way. Because the problem that we have many times in our circles, in our European circles, in our small bubbles sometimes, is that we take Europe for granted, we take attachment to international cooperation for granted. But at the grassroots level, people need tangible things. People need tangible things to understand what is the added value. What is the great thing? Opportunities lead to belonging. If there is something I can say, after 6 years or 7 with my Erasmus involved in the internationalization sector, in general after all my student years, is that opportunities lead to belonging that then leads to participation. So for participation to flourish, we need to create an atmosphere in which students feel that their voices matters, that they understand the impact that they can make, they understand what the process is, etc. The best way to start that process is by creating opportunities. And what is probably the most important step, very connected with the interventions of Vanessa and Markus, that we need to take? An analysis of the barriers that our students face. Because of course we need to do a systemic analysis to remove the silos from an institutional perspective, but that should be connected with a more base analysis of what are the different types of barriers that our students are facing that prevent them from benefiting from these opportunities, from thinking that no, these opportunities are not for me, I just want to stay here, I don't want to get involved in these international initiatives, it's not something I'm interested in. For years, ESN has been working in the topic of removing barriers. We started with more specific groups, like students with disabilities, but slowly we understood that our mission should be to fully understand all the barriers that the students face. And I think that we made a lot of progress with our research in the last few years. And we identified in one of our last pieces of research, the Social Inclusion and Engagement in Mobility Project, 3 barriers that I believe are very relevant for all the alliances, which are the institutional barriers that the students face for participation in international opportunities, and institutional barriers are related to funding, to recognition, to the lack of mobility windows, the lack of clear institutional explanation. So in general, to how the programs and opportunities are constructed. And then the 2 probably most important and interesting types of barriers, which are the environmental ones, and this is when the societal role of the alliances is so important, because environmental barriers are about social perceptions of the importance of international cooperation. What do our communities think of these international opportunities? What do the families of the students think? What do the friends of the students think about these international opportunities? And I think the University of Granada is a very good place to talk about this, because if there is something that the University of Granada can be proud of, is that understanding at the community level of the importance of international opportunities. I think there's a lot of progress being made. I just want to share a very small magnitude. I arrived 2 days ago, and I was just walking around Granada. I met with some friends, went to 3 bars, and in 3 of them, the people sitting next to me were talking about Erasmus, about going abroad. That is the objective, creating a systemic understanding of these opportunities. And then, last but not least, attitudinal barriers. Why students do not feel that opportunities are for them. Why students think that no, this challenge-based approach, this winter school, why would I do it? And this is where the connection between administrators and academics are so important. This is where also what Vanessa said, not dividing communication approach, but targeting directly in all the levels of the university is so important. Because in the end, we should not assume that in 2022, information gets to the students so easily in a way in which they feel compelled. No, we need to be proactive. It's fundamental to be proactive in 2022 because there's an abundance of information, and what happens many times is that people see opportunities and we don't feel that they are for us. And then once that we have this culture of opportunities, we'll be in a better position to work more on the belonging side. And the belonging and the participation are quite connected. If we want students to participate, we should create the conditions for them to clearly see what are the mechanisms to share their opinions, to give feedback, to create a sense of purpose, which is something that I would say we haven't done as well as we could in terms of European collaborative programs and more specifically international opportunities. When students take part in an opportunity, be it the winter school, be it any type of blended mobility now, normal mobilities, they should be clearly explained why that opportunity is important, the societal role that is playing, and why their ideas, their vision is going to be taken into account, and how that's going to happen. We see a lot when working with our new members, the ones that just arrived after their mobilities, etc., that they lack a clear understanding of how to bring about change. Students many times are not taught what are the processes that they can follow if they identify a problem and they can work in a solution. And for us to foster participation in the alliances, this is exactly what we need to create. We need to explain the channels for improvement at the internal level, so students feel that they can make a difference in the governance, in the way in which teaching and learning works, in many of the aspects of the university, but also externally. So we use higher education, we use international cooperation to show students that together with their peers from other countries, they can identify societal problems and work on solutions. So I believe that this is something that the future of the Alliance should consider, this path that goes from a culture of opportunities that then lead to belonging and that create the conditions for participation. what is really important here is to build on what we have. To build on what we have, of course, this is one of the reasons why ESN has joined some of the alliances, including Arqus, and is active in almost all of them through local sections to try to use existing networks. Because, as many of you are experiencing, and I had the opportunity to discuss it with some of you yesterday, it's not easy to create these new attachments. It's not easy to create feeling of belonging, no. But it's doable, and we know this after 33 years of my organization, helping to create those shared identities. So what we should define is those exact processes in which, from the beginning, we try to empower the students through practical ways. Because many times, in our context, it is, I think, important, but it's sometimes, common to talk about the big words, the big concepts. But then our big concepts, transformative concepts that are very needed, should be turned into very concrete things that target the students specifically. And then connecting with the last part, the communication part. It's extremely important to speak to our community, students specifically, in the language that they understand, to speak to their values, to speak to their interests, to understand that and to make that connection. And this is where the role of multipliers, that analysis of the needs of the students, that connection, it's so important, because otherwise, if we just come with our priorities, with understanding what they care about, we're never going to manage to fully achieve the objectives of the initiative, which are, in my opinion, also very political in a good way, because it's about higher education systems that are extremely connected to their communities, to the societies, trying to achieve an impact, trying to build a new type of citizenship in which we approach problems together. So, just a final recommendation on the next steps for the new Arqus phase regarding participation. Go to meet people where they are, and whoever, regardless of who they are, we need to have, in the student side, of course, participation and engagement led by fully democratically elected representatives, like is the case in Arqus, where we have student council that sit at the table, that manages initiatives, but then we need to go beyond that, and we need to go to identify the different members of the student community, including even sport clubs, including science clubs. They all have a role to play, because internationalization is for all of us. Just also a curious thing in that regard, a couple of aspects that we have seen are particular about the international experience of students. The thing that the students do the most when they go abroad in terms of joining social groups, it's joining sport clubs, etc. So they should also be a part, just as an example. Other thing that requires improving international cooperation in the next few years, integration in local communities and how the alliances can play a role bridging the connection between international students and their hosting communities, and then identifying that legacy dimension. So I think that with this, I basically explained some of the key points that we wanted to share. Now I look forward to hear to other speakers, but in general, I would like to congratulate Arqus because I met with Dorothy some years ago when the alliance was starting, and she explained to me many of the things that she had in mind, that the whole team, she and Fernando and the whole team had in mind. And I have to say that what I saw yesterday is exactly, for me, what the dream of the European University Alliances should be. So congratulations to you, Dorothy, and to everybody.
Thank you very much, Juan. Some very, very interesting proposals which we hope to develop in the future through the Student Agora, the creating spaces, ensuring that the way in which students and academics and professional staff can contribute, propose, suggest, and contribute to this transformation, I think, is essential. So thank you. And another, I think, very important point are our cultural and mental barriers. That not all the barriers are financial, not all the barriers are regulatory. Sometimes there are our own internal cultural and mental barriers, and I think that's also a very important point indeed, Juan. Thank you very much. Vanessa spoke a great deal about inter-alliance cooperation, and I think we have a good example here in this panel of inter-alliance cooperation. We really wanted to make sure that we heard the voice of other alliances. We and Unite have both been very active in Foray 1 because we understood that the informal network of alliances was very, very important. Sharing our experiences, sharing the challenges, sharing the solutions which we have found. Vanessa gave some examples earlier. I think we also have others where we have worked together with other alliances in specific, sorry. I wasn't understanding the body language there. I thought it was my mic, not your mic. Okay. So, Roberto, I think over to you to hear how Unite has been dealing with these issues and how Unite sees the future of this initiative.
Okay, so thanks a lot and good morning. Still good morning, everybody. We must be careful in Spain because I know there is a clear break at some point.
Much later.
So we first of all, I would like to thank Dorothy, of course, for the very kind invitation, and bonjour Vanessa aussi. And actually, we met with Dorothy just on the screen so far during a time webinar. It was the time association webinar. It was the time of the pandemic, the digital education. This was very, very hot back then. And as usual, when I met her now this morning, I was very curious, is she going to be tall and slim or large? And because you have just this face and you always sometimes refuse what you see afterwards. No, it's, sorry. Now, coming to the topics, I think I'm very glad to be here, especially because of the reason that Dorothy just mentioned. Because I also think that we also think in United that establishing as soon as possible, which is to some extent what is going on in the 401 and 402, some links, some relations between and among alliances is really key for the growth of this initiative. Also because we should appreciate, and I think we are all appreciating, that we are in this sort of baby phase in which, you do not yet feel so competitive. We will discover competitiveness, which is in the beginning of the letter of Macron. No? In the first point, this was the seamless and so on for the students, but then competitiveness. So I'll come back to this competitiveness story because it is sometimes set aside. At this time, we have so many problems in common that we enjoy to try to address them together. And I think we should really take advantage of this moment to establish links and relations and so on, which will help us in the later phase. Now, I think Dorothy raised many points. So like all of us were given little homework, but I tried to touch all of them because I'm sort of bulimic. They were very, very stimulating topics. So the two-speed, avoid the two-speed European higher education system. I think Dorothy's question can be distributed between provocative and, let's say, quiet or, fine. This to me is a little bit provocative. Why? Because actually today's system is maybe not even two-speed, it's multi-speed system. So I think this ambition to avoid that, actually that's our starting condition. So I'm not sure we can really avoid that. We should work probably very hard to try and see if we can reduce these differences in speed while addressing some kind of contradiction which periodically comes out. So again, how do you plan to be competitive if you're not going to be selective? Because competitiveness idea is, I have a spike on quantum computing, sorry, I'm an engineer, nobody's perfect. So I try to, my examples are of this boring kind. But there are certainly some smarter things to do than quantum computing. But, very spike thing, and very few people around the world who really do that. So what does this have to do with, the broad and the impact? But I think this is a really political vision point. We need strong support from our political side from this point of view and from others, of course. We need guidelines and directions. Then, of course, I think universities still have the right to think their own thinking. Of course, we are not just listening, and just executing orders. But I think it is very important that we get some guidelines in this direction because I think it is important to try and broaden this impact in a way that we bring up a little bit the average, not just feed the spikes, because we have very important differences in longitude and in latitude also in Europe. And so I think this initiative is going to be very, very useful. Now, when we talk about the two-speed, it's not just, not just a European level problem. It's as all many things of this European initiative, university initiative, is a multi-level problem. It's a multi-scale. So it's a European level, and we know there are very big differences in Europe. But I think it's also a national problem. And at that level, of course, we need the help of our member states. Because when I talk to my ministry, I hear, this story. Yes, it's beautiful, but, this is just supporting 20 out of 70, 20 out of 90 university. And I say, well, maybe you should do something, also you should. You cannot just always wait for the rain to come, waiting for the summer rain. We need this a little bit more. Okay, avoid differences between the various generations of alliances. I look at this like with the babies, these differences will disappear by themselves. I don't think this is a, now we are so different. Yeah, 1 year older. Oh, I'm 2 years older. But Vanessa said very correctly, I think, that's also my perception, that there are maybe some alliances in the second wave which are much more advanced. Why? I don't think maybe necessarily because they're certainly smarter, but they are also lying on a foundation, which is from previous collaboration, etc., etc. I think this is very important. Ensure systemic impact of innovative actions underway. I think we should distinguish when we talk about systemic impact, there is a systemic impact outside the alliances and systemic impact inside the alliance. So systemic impact outside the alliance, I think, is like the story of the multi-speed system. Because clearly we would like to have an impact which goes beyond the 300, 400, they will become 500 in universities, because Vanessa recalled this is 10% of the total, which is honestly a lot on the one hand, but also a little in the other. So inside, I think it touches another problem which is raised by Dorothy, which is of course the involvement of all stakeholders. So the problem to have a systemic impact inside our alliances, inside our universities, is clearly the problem of involving all the stakeholders. And here I come to other provocative questions. What are the stakeholders? We know. The staff. Dorothy said very well, this is a little bit original sin, if Vanessa forgives me, of the European universities. Because, of course, they had to be born somehow. And we are also grateful that somebody in the commission, was so powerful to push this. And they were born education. And several people said, oh, what is this? What is the source? I tell you what happens in our case. This is Erasmus plus funding. Okay, now we know what is the office which deals with this. We put a couple of staff people, they will work on it. Luckily enough, because in our case, for instance, in Unite was born inside the previous network, which is still there, called Cluster. And so the people knew each other. And some people said, look, maybe this is a little bit more than just an Erasmus project. But it was, by chance. Some others consider it. So initially, the strong effort was mainly from the staff. And if you start like that, it's difficult to move away from that initial path. So initial condition in the system determines a little bit of the evolution. No? Sorry again. But so this is, I think, very, very important, because today we have the problem to involve students and academics. And academics was part of my little homework, so now I come also to my homework. So students, my friends, students, I don't know how it is for you. For us, it is a very tricky problem. And I say why. In the first 3 years, we shared with the Commission this jargon of the co-creation. And we thought, now we involve the students in the co-creation of the European universities. It must be something they will elbow, just to be in it. They said, what is this thing, What's in it for me? Do I have something? Are you organizing some courses? Am I sent to, MIT or whatever? I say, well, actually, we would like to send you maybe in Europe, because this is a European initiative. So this was very, very tricky. And involvement of students on such abstract topic can allow you to be successful only in very, very few cases. So thermodynamic efficiency of this is 0, okay? I'm sorry. This is our balance today. We were able to involve a few very exceptionally smart people, you know, interested in policy aspects, etc. But the broadest part of them, no. What we think in the future is that, of course, also thanks to other flagship, talking about the communication, flagship initiatives that the Commission is launching, the European degree label, etc., we will probably be able, with the help of member states, to offer something more concrete to the students, and at that time also have the pleasure to, see them more involved. Currently, I think we really need to move from abstract to practice, because students also are a train, no? They are not sitting there like us. They are not sitting there 10, 20 years. They're just flowing. You can approach them shortly and then they will go, and you need to have some really systemic impact, to offer something which is there to stay and then which will be benefiting for most of them. Academics. This is very tricky. Because of its origin, academics initially were hardly involved. Education, in Erasmus project, typically you have a few of them very fascinated by that, but that is, taken like by chance. Of course, academics are involved in research. And when I talked, we are coordinating, Politecnico di Torino is coordinating for Unite the H2020 project. When I talk to my friends, to my colleagues, etc., of course they say, yes, but is this a research project? And I say, well, actually it is policy of research. And again, we are like for the students, because you need also to find the academics who are interested in policy for research. The rest is interested in research. And they tell you, okay, please call me back when you have some money for research. Okay? No, I'm sorry. So we've been discussing with Vanessa and Leah many, many times this point, because I understand there are many, many difficulties. I understand commissions trying very hard to address this point. They know all of this stuff because they started thinking about it first. And now we are seeing, so we are trying to help. I think all the alliances are really trying to help contribute some ideas. But in the end, we do not get around this little problem until there is some funding for research, real funding for real research. I think it will be difficult to involve the academics in this business. I made already several times the proposal during forum meeting, in meetings with the Commission and so on, so I like to repeat it here. I think there is one really key point which could give us an opportunity to improve on this, and also to address the other point. How do we put together the different missions of education, research and innovation, which is, I think, try and provide support for the PhD. Try and provide the support for the doctoral studies. Doctoral studies are the link between education and research and innovation. They are not like a monad in the galaxy. They are a piece of a pipeline. We are trying, for instance, in Unite to develop this pipeline, start working on doctoral studies at the Master of Science level, to try and feed the pipeline, and also think in collaboration with other stakeholders, with industry, with KICs, and so on, what we can do with these so qualified people that we are going to produce at the output of this pipeline, okay? So this is really systemic. So I think if the Commission and our member states, because I think it's the two possible funding sources, and let me add, our universities also, if they believe that, and in our case, for instance, we managed to convince our rectors to provide some little in-house funding to support a few of these PhD fellowships, I think this would be money well spent, because it touches education, it touches research and innovation, and it links the two. It brings them, so to speak, together. And I think it's universal. It's not just for engineers or for architects or for philologists, because more or less, I imagine all of the universities involved in European University Alliances are strongly involved in research. They like to call themselves research universities. Communication. Well, communication is very tricky. It partly depends, honestly, a little bit of autodafé, of self-criticism, let's say. It partly depends also on what the current participants to these alliances think of the alliances. Honestly, I see that some of our, for instance, current participants still think it is an Erasmus project. Okay, so while we are talking about let us go towards program mentality, okay, some people involved in the alliances still like that. We have to change the conversation also inside. Just try to start from the people who are involved to really talk about the program and not just the project. This, I think, is very important. A last comment about other very fascinating point, the make our universities more attractive beyond Europe through this initiative. I just two flash keywords. We discussed this also in other places. There is a sort of duality between globalization versus internationalization. And some people say, what do you plan to do? You want to export this model? What is this new colonial time? You come with, or even commission comes and tells us what to do in the universities. What is this, But I always say to Vanessa and Lee and so on, if you didn't start with this, we would never start with this. So we should be, in the first place, grateful, and now bring our thinking, our ideas into this. And I think there's quite a lot of things that we are starting doing as to internationalization. And if some people want to talk about globalization, because there's war outside there is serious things going on in this thing, well, that's the place where we need our politicians to get some guidelines, because, and we have seen these things happen. So I think here the role that the international university networks already existing previous to this initiative are playing can be very important, because some of these networks are not 3 or 4 years old, like European University, but they are maybe 20 or 30 years old. So I think we should develop a common thinking together with these other stakeholders. We are trying doing this in the networks we are involved in, and of course also go away from the mentality that the European alliances are competitors. I don't think they are competitors, because they are at different stages of evolution and so on. They play a little bit different game than the previous networks, but we can really collaborate and develop some common thinking, because the idea finally is to try to benefit our old Europe, right? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto, for doing so much homework. You did more than I asked. That's fantastic. I think a very, very interesting overview of all the issues and hearing from another alliance how you're dealing with it and how you're dealing with the challenges, the very many challenges. And I think we share a lot of experience there, very similar experiences. We'll pick up on this last point of beyond Europe. It seems very often to be an assumption that moving forward with the European University Initiative will make the university higher education area, the European research area, automatically more attractive globally. I'm not sure that there's any empirical evidence to that end, and I think it would be very, very interesting to hear what our global partners, and these pre-existing alliances very often are global alliances, not European alliances. So, Ruth, over to you a little bit on that point, and of course all the others as you wish.
Thank you very much, Dorothy, and first of all, thank you for inviting me here and be part of this very interesting high-level panel. I would like also to congratulate Arqus for having this new renewal of financing for the next years. So first of all, now we have heard a lot about what happens inside alliances, between them, and between alliances and universities that do not belong to alliances. So it's very interesting also to fly a little bit far from the these alliances and try to see how alliances are being seen from beyond. So first of all, I would like to stress that integration is the main objective of alliances. And integration involves the exchange of experiences, of information, and a critical revision and the necessary generation of new procedures and policies applied to different structural dimensions of universities. Vanessa said new embedded processes at the universities. So what is happening there? There is a process of deconstruction and reconstruction of a new powerful structure, and that is the first strength I would like to highlight in these alliances. So for me, the knowledge generated in the process is much more important than the objective themselves sometimes, I should say. So this vibrant and changing network of self-transforming universities is the great strength and central essence of the alliances. The consideration of the importance of these procedures implies making important decisions, such as, for example, the documentation of these processes and the analysis of their evolution. So this is a great knowledge. And why the alliances are so strong? Because they have to overcome strong, difficult barriers that sometimes are considered insurmountable, like languages, like cultures, different balances of power, geo-economic interests. Therefore, alliances are not the arithmetic sum of universities, but this is a synergic phenomenon. So this is about integration. And of course, a first consequence of this integration is the possibility of excellence, like a clear consequence of this effort. Integration enables the opportunities of benchmarking and improvement of innovation in every dimension of the university, the education, research, and all the different activities around education and research. So this enhances, of course, attractiveness for alliances. The third point is research. So we are now facing something which is very important, I think. It's the era of the post-truth, where in the midst of the deadly pandemic, massive movements arise that question scientific arguments, scientific knowledge, like sowing doubts about vaccines. In this context, the role of the universities should be central in generating solutions to global problems and communicating them. Most present problems are global. So, for example, the list of SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, those SDG which are present in governments, well, alliances will harbor the possibility of advising governments, helping them with a new open and participatory problem-solving research systems. And problem-solving research is often interdisciplinary. Interdisciplinarity is the present challenge for research. New parameters have to be designed for interdisciplinarity and international research. Evaluation criteria, for example, should be linked to local impacts, regional impacts, and even global impacts. New problem-solving research systems could arise from alliances, and this is a global effect. And fourth, enabling people. Young people, students, they are the ones who are going to have to solve problems of a global nature in a much more pressing way. They have an enormous advantage. Studying in different countries and going through an immersion experience in different cultures and being able to observe the process of deconstruction and reconstruction and be part of it. This process of opening the university curricula contains a central value to radiate to the rest of the world. How not to imagine a global trend towards university alliances within countries or between different countries within different regions? The pioneering European experience could go global with excellent prospects. And I say it in a different way of thinking, of colonial thinking. I think that this is related to the global challenges. So we show here a pioneering experience of how universities can merge within themselves to become a powerful structure and face those global challenges. So another point is inclusion. I cannot continue without mentioning the importance of inclusion and diversity. So the appearance of different forms of intolerance and exclusion in the world, added to the increasing poverty and marginality, creates a great opportunity for universities' alliances like Arqus, which establishes the inclusion of minorities or marginal groups as a premise. The inclusion of these minority groups ensures that education and research agendas can be linked to the social problems of different groups or strata in society. In particular, I consider the effort to integrate immigrant refugees or minorities or excluded groups to be fundamental. Friendly, inclusive universities are attractive because they promote positive values like compassion, care, and love, as we saw yesterday in many presentations. So another noteworthy aspect of the Arqus Alliance in this case is the focus on multiculturalism and multilingualism as a way of overcoming barriers between countries and generating better links between institutions. The world needs more than ever to cross these barriers in order to face big challenges that also cross barriers and frontiers. So, in conclusion, alliances have the challenge and opportunity of generating a profound change in the way of facing problems. Alliances could generate initiatives that could go beyond the European agenda. It is a strength that these initiatives come from the academic sector and that they cover problems that cannot be addressed by governments, submerged sometimes in large conflicts of interest. Alliances allow the possibility of placing Europe at the center of a new challenge. Alliances can be the think tanks that the world needs to think about the future and address the main global challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Indeed. I'm looking at my watch. The panel, I know we started a little late, but one of our panelists also needs to leave. 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay. So after all of these very, very thought-provoking comments, provocations, analyses, I would very much like to have some time for the public to ask some questions. So I think if we can take those 10 minutes. Juan, thank you, thank you. Fernanda, do we have a mic? Yeah, great. So are there any comments? I think the panel has given a great deal of thought-provoking issues also for the second panel, when we will be able to go into more detail on how Arqus can deal with some of these issues. But perhaps just a couple of questions. No one's going to break? Yes, great, thank you. Benedict, I think it is, am I right? It's a bit dark down there, so I can't see you all, but thanks, Benedict.
Yeah, it is. Is this on yet? Oh, perfect, okay. So I was wondering, to the politics side of things, what concrete steps are taken into the legal representation of said alliances? Because as we already established, like politics of education and higher education specific are still bound to the countries themselves. And I'm wondering what process we are in right now in changing that to an EU-wide scale, as in this prospect of 10 years from now, is it actually possible to have a institutional level of a European university, and where are we at in that process right now?
Okay. Benedict, Vanessa, would you like to comment? I'm not sure if you've been able to hear us. Your mic, you need to... You're muted, Vanessa, sorry. You're muted.
Yes, sorry. I was not able to hear the last part of the question, I'm afraid.
It's basically about legal identity, the establishment of truly European universities in a 10-year timeline.
Now I cannot hear you.
No? Maybe I'll ask Markus to reply while we try to sort out the technical issue.
Yes, I think your question was more, if I'm not mistaken, with the legal contradiction, I would say, no? that we have at European Union level. No? So we're talking about European initiatives, but as Dorothy mentioned at the very beginning, the European Commission doesn't have most of the powers to act. No? So member states still retain their competences, and this makes everything very difficult, no? In some way contradictory. So I think, unfortunately, this is an area where, to say it very fast, we would like to have more Europe, but what's going on at national level is some way not the best situation that we have, because some member states don't want to have it at all. And therefore, I'm not optimistic in the think that the treaties will remain as they are, and we could be happy if they are not amended, because if there's an amendment, maybe it will be more restrictive at European Union level. So that's what we have, and therefore, I think that we have to try at least is to collaborate as much as possible with a network approach. So it's not a question about who funds. Of course, the Commission funds a lot, and there are universities would like to want them to have more fundings. The same happens at national level. We fund, but universities ask us to fund more. What we say is, of course, regions, local governments could also fund. Yeah, I think the idea is that we all need to fund more. But as I mentioned before, although I didn't develop this, I think it's not only a question of funding. Of course, funding is very important, but let's talk about how to learn from each other. For example, this two-speed controversy, or what to do with universities that didn't succeed. Do they need only funding? I think maybe yes, they need funding, but maybe they need to be able to write better applications. And this is related more with to learn from others, and this idea of sharing experiences, sharing problems, and it's and here the challenge is how to create very concrete. I like very much your approach of going from theory to practice, what I also said, the bottom-up approach, to try to solve very concrete problems. Here the problem is how to help others, if they want, of course, to be part of the initiative. No? So I think this is the situation that we have, and unfortunately, at least at legal terms, I don't expect to have any changes in the next years.
Vanessa, would you like to comment?
Yeah, certainly. I can complement what Markus just said. As all of you mentioned before, the Commission doesn't have any competence when it comes to education. This is national competence. Nevertheless, based on the treaty, the Commission can work together with the Member States to foster cooperation between the Member States on education matters. And this is what we are doing with the Council when we, for example, work on Council conclusions and when we work on Council recommendations. So basically, the Commission make a proposal for recommendations to Member States on how to support an initiative like the European Universities Alliances, and then it is negotiated with all the Member States in the Council. And this is how we had a very important Council recommendation adopted in spring this year for supporting deeper cooperation between higher education institutions across Europe. As part of these recommendations, you will find very important ones on how to make quality assurance more fit for the purpose of joint activities and joint programs, be it at bachelor, master, or doctoral level, building on the Bologna tools, obviously, on the European approach to joint programs, but also go beyond it. For example, moving towards a more institutional and even cross-alliances approaches. And this is only one example of this very important recommendation. Other important recommendations are within the digital dimension. For example, online learning is not recognized in all countries, or when it comes to languages, in some countries can be very regulated. So we have been agreeing unanimously with all the Member States on a recommendation to open, and remove barriers when it comes to facilitating deep transnational cooperation. And that is very important, such recommendations, not only for European universities, but also for any other higher education institutions wishing to cooperate with their peers across Europe. So this is where Europe can add value. As part of these recommendations, one was on piloting the establishment of a joint European degree label that Roberto mentioned, that can be a good way to make it more concrete for students to get involved in this initiative, because basically the objective is that the students who will benefit from these joint activities from Arqus, the idea would be that they are awarded with a we'll start with a certificate and a label that can, if you want, prove to the future employers that they have acquired the skills that future employers are looking for, such as critical thinking, ability to work in multicultural but also multidisciplinary teams, just to give a few examples. And we have also another recommendation, which is about exploring the path towards European legal status for alliances such as Arqus. We are not imposing anything. The objective is to work towards fully voluntary instruments, be it when we speak about a joint European degree label, which could become the future joint European qualification. And when it comes to this possible joint European legal status, the objective is to put at the disposal of universities additional instruments. Actually, several alliances have approached us, telling us that to be able to deliver on the level of ambition of this initiative, this is what is needed. Maybe other alliances were not needed, and that's perfectly fine. Again, it's not a one-size-fits-all. But we are listening to the needs expressed by alliances, and we try to provide solutions to help Arqus, you, but also other alliances to achieve your ambition. Because I liked very much what Markus and Roberto said, that this European Universities Initiative is not an initiative of the Commission anymore. Yeah? But our objective is that all the universities make it their own initiative. And that is precisely our objective together with the member states. So to make this happen and to help you to make this initiative yours, we are working on these two possible instruments together with the member states to help you in that direction. So now we are at a piloting phase, and we have launched an Erasmus Plus call in June. The deadline is the 6th of October, where our objective is to provide support to universities, alliances of universities, but also member states to work together on piloting these two possible initiatives. And then we will learn through these pilots, through this process, to then put forward different proposals to the council, and then of course it will be subject to the decision of a council on the next steps after the piloting phase. But I liked very much also what Ruth said about the possibility to learn from such processes, and that the knowledge generated through such process that can make the entire higher education community progress together.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. I think we need to bring the panel to a close. Can I thank you all? Thank you all for your very, very thought-provoking, insightful comments and analyses. And I think, as I said, lots of food for thought for the second panel and for many other panels, in fact, in the future. And can I also say, Vanessa, that we, as I think many alliances, are involved in the preparation of an application for the pilot on the European degree label, because we do think it is a key issue where we really need to move forward. And you will be pleased to hear it would be a collaborative proposal amongst 4 alliances, and which I think is the case in other applications as well. So thank you very much. We have a short coffee break. Shall we say 20 minutes instead of the original 30? In the patio downstairs. We look forward to the second panel in a little while. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, okay. And then in position off. Okay. Good morning to everyone. We are now about to start this second panel. As Dorothy mentioned, I think once or twice, we are now looking into the future of Arqus, and in this panel, much more focused in our reality than considering what is surrounding us. Although we know very well that it's impossible to make this kind of cut. So the idea is to discuss here with members of the panel and with you some reflections on the future of the Arqus Alliance. I have with me a very qualified panel. From left to the right, Arturas, Vice-Rector from Vilnius University, Petra, Vice-Rector from the University of Graz, Benedict, who is member of the Arqus Student Council, and Anne, Vice-Rector of the University of Lyon. Allow me to give you some notes as a kind of context for what we are going to debate here today in this panel. As you all know, Arqus has renewed its funding from the Erasmus Plus program, and this was a very positive, it was actually a great news for all our institutions. But this implies that we have now new responsibilities, and I think we all agree that we defined very clearly our strategy for this next period. It was made very clear in the mission statement of Arqus. I think that we have now two main goals. The first one is to make Arqus a real part of our institutions, and to proceed from, let's say, pilot actions to actions that are structural for our institutions. And the other main goal is that we are committed to develop new innovative actions in order to ensure that Arqus will actually be a European university. It's a huge challenge. I think we all agree with that. For the next 4 years, Arqus will deepen its focus on communities, promoting, and this is critical for the future of the Alliance, promoting student and both academic and the non-academic staff involvement through several initiatives. The Arqus Living Lab, the Arqus Communities of Practice, and the Arqus Student Agora. When we consider these different initiatives, we will easily understand that we aim to advance in certain directions, namely joint flexible learning pathways, innovative teaching, enhancing the experience of early stage researchers, and to explore, to develop our synergies with our local stakeholders making part of our ecosystems. So we have very important challenges in front of us. we need to reflect upon the goals that we defined, about the challenges that we intend to address through those goals, and this is also a very important component, about the strategy that we want to adopt to pursue our objectives. And this is why this panel is very relevant. We try to define among us some issues to be addressed by the panel, and we selected the following topics. But of course, during the session, we can introduce, and we'd like you to feel free to introduce our other topics. The first one, and focusing on students, the first issue was ensuring student motivation and participation in our institutions and in Arqus as a whole. Benedict will make his statement on this topic.
I'll do.
Please, thank you.
It's actually student and staff motivation, so I'm going to try to touch on both, but essentially focus on the students as well, because, well, I'm a student, I'm a representative in the student council, only makes sense, right? When we talked about this issue in the student council, we kind of looked at this twofold, as in students who are already engaged in the Arqus Alliance as in the student council, but also the students we want to reach in the Alliance, all the students in all the 8 universities right now, who maybe have never heard of Arqus or have heard of Arqus, but are like, oh, you know, Erasmus, Arqus, basically the same. So we're looking at both here. For me, personally, starting with the first one, the students already engaged in Arqus, I'm looking at a student council that is constantly changing. We've got new members this year, we've met for the first time here in Granada or online, and it's been mentioned many, many times at this conference already that this face-to-face and this team building exercises and this meeting opportunity for everyone is really important for participating and for working as a group and as a whole and very well together actually. So this is really important for us, which is also why it kind of stung a bit bad looking at the participants in the student council and that we're not complete, as in some universities are missing completely due to some issues with the students or with the structure of the student council there, and some universities had no reasoning whatsoever, and it was just a bit heartbreaking for me in that moment, and looking at my motivation coming here, looking at the fact that some students were not sent without specific reasoning was, well, yeah, kind of took a hit on my motivation. But looking at the student council now and at the participation we have, there's a lot of motivation there, and we need to keep that by doing what we set out to do. And I feel like that's very important for the staff as well. Because if we have this massive goal hanging over our heads of a unified university for Europe in the next years, maybe a decade or more or a bit less, we have to make steps towards that. And that's why my question from the previous panel was that important for me, looking at, are we there? Are we going ways? Are we going the legal ways of making steps to actually ensuring that we are there at some point in the future? Because I feel like listening to very, very good representations and presentations from steering committee members and from Action Lines and very well-phrased recommendations from Action Line 2 on diversity, inclusion and all that, and in the end listening to the fact that it's going to be a recommendation at first is a kind of a tough hit for the people who worked really, really hard to bring this back to life. So I feel like we need to focus on the motivation we're all here, the goals we set out to achieve, and actually take steps so that these goals can be taken into place. Because otherwise, in 10 years, we're still going to make recommendations, student council is still going to make recommendations as well, but we're not going to go anywhere, and I feel like motivation might suffer due to that. So that's my main point on the motivation of student and staff, and I feel like we all know that, but we need to remember it and actually take the necessary steps in legalization as well. Thank you.
I was thanking Benedict for his words and saying that I was going to pass the floor to Petra Petra will address mainly the issue of research and innovation to be developed inside the alliance in cooperative and collaborative ways, but keeping always in mind the set of values that Arqus adopt for itself. So this raises a series of questions that I'm sure that very shortly Petra will address.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to highlight 3 points. The first point for me is more an issue of culture and emotions. I think after 3 years we have to develop a mindset, more passion, less bureaucracy, because we focused, and it was necessary for the last 3 years, we have to develop a kind of organizational structures, and that is very hard. It's interesting for all of us, but not for all our fellow academics, fellow students. So that's why I think the future of Arqus is more passion, less bureaucracy. And that means, I think, for us, that we also have to be very careful in developing detailed work plans, because for me the main principle is really let the unexpected happen in the future. So be as open as possible for all the new not activities, initiatives at different levels, because that's what we really want. Be open to the ones who will join Arqus and will come with other ideas, and let us make it happen by providing a very broad idea of what we are going to do the next 3 years. I think that's very important to become a real European university. My second point is this difficult issue of higher education and excellent research. I think this initiative of the European universities is much more successful than many, many other initiatives in the area of university policy in the broad sense at the European level. If we have a view back to this speech of Macron in 2017, his vision was to have about 20 European universities in a few years. Today we heard there are 44. So have you ever experienced this situation that something in Europe has happened in a very short time, and it doubled the vision that was already mentioned? So, but that has a price. We have not enough money. I came to the University of Graz from a public research institute, the AIT. And if we see the research institutes and the research policy, for example, the FED flagships, 1 billion in 10 years, that what's going into research on important topics. And so in comparison, all these initiatives in the area of higher education are really, really, really small. So I think our main opportunity to become very powerful as an alliance is to make it happen that we will develop a lot of third-party funded research projects, interdisciplinary international projects, and that was the reason behind this idea to focus on these 3 topics in Arqus II. Climate change, AI, and European identity. I think there is a danger for the next 3 years. The danger that we will have not 1 living lab, but 3 living labs. And then we will not have the chance to have really interdisciplinary projects, because then we will have communities, we will have research topics, but then we are not really able in the best way to provide knowledge and ideas for the huge society challenges we, I think, should really address as challenges. And when we talk about research and our common research in Arqus, there is another danger. That is, I see it within the last 3 years, and it's not only with Arqus, it's all over Europe. It's the problem that the money goes to engineering, to the natural sciences, to technical solutions. And so the social sciences, the humanities, and the arts get less and less money, but we really need this knowledge. But there is a tension between technical projects and projects that really, really involve humanities, social sciences, and the arts. Because this kind of knowledge from these areas, it's disruptive, because we expect from the humanities, social sciences, and art that they disrupt our expectations, how the world is functioning, what the future is about. So also in that way, we need really to have this openness and to make space for the unexpected. And so, very short, that is my last point, is about what are our goals beyond all our activities. I was in the last months member of a small group mandated by the Austrian University Conference, the umbrella organization of the Austrian universities, to prepare the draft of a short paper on international affairs. And then we discussed, do we have to put the Article 2 of the Treaty of the European Union into our paper? Is it really necessary? And we decided we have to, because these European values that are constitutive for us, freedom, democracy, human dignity, minorities, it's seen many times today as a kind of private values and not constitutional values. And so I think the initiative to create European universities is also to have all the time these goals in our mind. It's not the activities, it's not about us. We are all get taxpayers' money, and I think it is very, very important for us when we develop our ideas to have in mind, not only as researchers, as academics, also to act as European citizens. And so these are my 3 points: more passion, more research, and being engaged European citizens and academics. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Petra. Arturas, if I try to looking forward, that can summarizes the point of contact between what Petra has just said and what Benedict said before. Probably that word would be cohesion. Cohesion in what concerns the links between the different bodies of the universities and the bodies of the Alliance, or different areas, different disciplines in which we develop our activity. And that puts in the center of our concerns the issue of communication. So if you want to develop this idea, and of course considering another point that we think is very relevant for all of us, the issue of solidarity, and that has to do also with cohesion in terms of Europe, and considering, of course, what's happening now in Ukraine. So, if you want to address this.
Yes, thank you.
We'd like very much to listen from you.
Well, recently I tend to think about the more immediate future. How do we enter Arqus II? And it's not a concern, but I think it's our task to gain a momentum quite quickly with our offer to our academic communities. In terms of communication, I think we do a lot. I can give my example. We have 15 departments. I went to each of them, met the leadership team, dean, vice deans, heads of affiliated institutes, and comms people, and we provide a lot of information about what is happening. But I think our challenge in Arqus I was that we were not able, and maybe it was not possible, to produce enough offer, for students, for academics, for non-academic staff. Then I come to the academic department, they say, look, Arturas, fantastic, but what is your unique selling point? We have a lot of cooperation opportunities, we have a lot of international, mobility opportunities. Why do we need to look into that? Do you offer more seamless experience? Do you offer easier formats? Do you offer opportunities for stochastic meetings, for serendipitous, inventions, in small groups? I think we're increasingly doing that, but our aim in Arqus II, at the beginning of Arqus II, is to send that signal that the content, the offer is coming, it's expanding, At Vilnius University, I think we oversubscribe to many formats and many educational offers which are offered by Arqus. The last thing, I think the MOOC course on mental borders of Europe, I think 200 or 150 Vilnius University students subscribed immediately, So there is no issue with information, I think, but there is a challenge with offering a lot more. And now when COVID is gone, now when we know each other very well, after all these 3 years, despite COVID, we met sometimes, we met online, we need to focus on our offer. So that's my point about consolidating structures. Maybe one more thing. I think that when we say that we need to go beyond project thinking, in my mind, it also means that universities as institutions shall, in some near future, to commit themselves financially to Arqus. I'm thinking about the fund which we contribute to each university, maybe a small one, which is beyond Erasmus Plus, beyond Horizon, anything else. And of course, we discuss a lot about the setting up of legal entity. I think legal entity makes sense only then it really shows how easier we can do big procurement, like buying platforms and digital platforms and managing them, and also we shall see added value in legal entity in terms of fundraising. So that's a big question. But anyway, I think that universities shall commit themselves more beyond Erasmus Plus, even in terms of finance, but not only. In terms of Ukraine, I think we all feel, moral obligation to help them, and I think the decision was made on Sunday, of which to invite Mohyla Academy, in National University of Kiev, Mohyla Academy, to invite and to become an associate partner of our alliance. And the logic behind this decision is very clear. We don't want to spread our support for Ukrainian academic communities thin. We don't deal with individuals. We help individuals already, each of our universities. We enroll students from Ukraine, we provide financial assistance for them, accommodation, we employ academic staff from Ukraine. But the academic communities in Ukraine, they sent a very clear message from the beginning that, look, we want that you help us to sustain universities as academic communities. So we go on in these unusual circumstances. We were quite open. We don't want you to, snatch our students, snatch our staff. We want to survive, help us in that. So I think that also it's important to think of this partnership, not only in terms of assistance, but we help Ukrainians and they receive assistance. I think that it's also must be a mutually beneficial relationship, and I am sure Ukrainians will bring in their own added value into our alliance. And also, when I say that we should be very cautious about this assistance term, we need to think long term. I personally believe that Ukraine will win the war, not only because of the last developments near Kharkiv. I always believe that because it's a right cause. And then Ukraine wins the war, we will have a huge effort of reconstruction and integration of Europe integration of Ukraine within the European Union, and we can be a part of that, and we can be a part of that huge movement. So then we are now establishing an associate partnership with Mohila Academy. I personally think it would be nice to have them immediately as a fully fledged partner, but the European Commission said there is no legal basis for that. Okay. So when we think about this relationship, we should think long term and then build a relationship which will finally formalize itself, will become at a certain point in future a full-time membership. So thank you.
And Arturas called us to be focused on education, but to be focused on education is something that we need to do considering the emergence of new modalities, new forms, new kinds of projects, of teaching projects and so on. We have now inside the Arqus very interesting and challenging initiatives at the level of joint programs. We are preparing them. They are quite well developed, and this is something that we need to keep on doing for the future. But there's something that emerged very recently in the educational arena, and I'm talking about micro-credentials. So if you can share with us your points of view in what concerns both degrees, formal degrees leading to degrees of master's, PhD or bachelor, and about micro-credentials, it will be, I think, very interesting and useful for all of us. Okay?
Thank you. Yes. It shows that the development of joint university program is absolutely crucial, and the European alliances have really contributed to intensify them. However, we know that developing traditional joint diploma is not enough. These joint university programs can be full degrees or simply very short micro-credential courses. Indeed, we need to offer more flexible and lifelong learning pathways that allow more learners to access education and adapt to the evolution of the labor market. The green and digital transition is a concrete example that shows us that new skills are necessary in a rapidly changing world. Micro-credential will not replace traditional diploma, but will allow people to learn additional skills, for example, in digitalization. Micro-credential will allow to propose more flexible paths in interaction with the socio-economic actors and their learners. Moreover, micro-credential allow learners to work and will facilitate the acquisition of knowledge responding to the evolution of the labor market in an inclusive environment. In order to implement this new mode of learning that will give the possibility to individualize training paths, it's necessary to innovate and transform the university curriculum. This will allow wider access to non-traditional students for example, lifelong learners, with a societal demand for flexible learning. In this context, university will have a major role to play in experimenting with this new form of learning and in guaranteeing the quality of the training. This program will put societal challenges at the heart of the learning, will require strong interaction between academia and society in the development of learning offers with micro-credential to fuel the growth. Concretely, various experiments have already been carried out at the level of the European alliances through the development of shared courses offered accessible to distance learners. But there is still a long way to go to reach our objective. In order to respond to this societal demand, the Arqus Alliance really hopes to develop a common virtual learning and teaching platform, ensuring the quality and security of the delivery of micro-credential. It is fundamental that the recognition of micro-credential based on European credit be ensured in order to harmonize new training offers at the European level. In this context, it will also essential to involve regional actors in order to evaluate the needs in terms of evolution of competencies, allowing the maintenance of jobs or creation of new jobs. This approach is important to guarantee success to all and the participation of all stakeholders. So, in conclusion, for me, micro-credentials are really an opportunity to reach students from diverse backgrounds, to reach out to industry and society, and to improve social mobility.
Thank you. Thank you, Anne. Before we start this panel, we agreed among themselves that we should have a moment in which each member of the panel will comment the others. But I think that time is becoming short. I think if we are talking about the future, we need to listen those we are going to build that future. I think that several and very interesting questions were raised in these presentations. We have enough food for thought. So I'll immediately pass the floor to the members of the audience, asking for you to participate with your experiences, with your views, with your vision, with your aspirations. So please feel free to comment, to ask what was said here, or to introduce another points that you think are relevant for this debate. We have 30 minutes for that, so.
Is there a mic?
Yes, there is a mic. Someone has a mic there. There's someone over there and here. Please introduce yourselves. Okay. Yes. Over there, on the left side of the room. Yeah.
Hi, thank you very much for this interesting.
Hola.
thank you very much for these interesting presentations and discussions. My name is Irini, I'm from University of Wrocław, and I have two questions for all of you, if you can answer. One is that if some of you said that, particularly the University of Graz, that we need to discuss a little bit about the European universities and the future that Macron discussed. And how do you see the future of the universities? Do you think that the universities now prioritize alliances over their own interests? What is the future? And my second question is, considering the alliance, if we have to present it as council, because I'm part of the council, but as university, what is the one thing that Arqus has to offer which is different than other bilateral agreements? Thank you.
Thank you. I think that we can have one or two more questions.
Thank you. Actually, I have just a couple of comments more than questions. Thank you for very interesting panel. One comment I had is that the colleague from Graz mentioned wish to increase the passion in your endeavor. Honestly, the impression I had from this morning coffee break and also from what you speakers were saying is that there is a lot of passion already. So otherwise we would not be here. So it's because there's, of course, we already noticed this amplifying effect provided by the initiative, much more stuff being done than money, for instance, being put in it. So I think that the difference is made by the passion. Another story is, of course, to keep this passion and to keep this momentum. And there I see a tricky point. We are in a, of course, transition phase. In principle, it should be very enthusiastic, but we are at the end of pilot, etc. So the managing of this part is I think, tricky. The other comment I wanted to make, because it's something we were sharing also with Dorothy previously and in the past, we are, with Unite, we are sharing two cities, which is Graz, of course, and Wrocław with Arqus. And we have, of course, two universities from the two cities, and Arqus has two other universities from the two cities. And I think this could be part of something that maybe we could try and initialize. So next week in Torino, we will have an event like this one, like this forum, we call it Dialogue for Unite. And one of the panels there will be involving the municipality, the city of Torino, but also the city of Stockholm and the city of Barcelona, because Torino has 2 alliances and Stockholm and Barcelona have 4 alliances. So we think that there could be some mutual benefit, some mutual benefit for the alliances, which could have some increased reason to collaborate, and perhaps, hopefully, also for the cities, which would discover that we open up to them an entire ecosystem, which is then the ecosystem of the alliance and not just the ecosystem of the single university they are already related to. So I think this is it's a shot in the dark. We have not started anything, and I think some of our cities do not even know that we exist. But yeah, that's the way it is. But for the future, since we have 4 years, which is a quite long time, I think it could be interesting to develop some thinking. And I know Dorothy is on the same page. So that's it. And then, of course, the research, you knock at an open door with us. We should try and develop some lobbying. This requires lobbying action. We are already doing this in the various 4L things, but we've not been so effective so far, perhaps.
Thank you, Roberto. Any other question? Okay.
One, two. Yes, it's working? Okay. So, hello. I have 2 questions over here. During the being involved in Arqus from its beginning, I'm really involved in two aspects. First one is about our decision-making procedures, and they're really long-lasting. And sometimes it drives us crazy, and I think that during working in the Quality Assurance Committee, I heard from people a lot of times why decisions are so hard and it takes a lot of time, and it gives like an impression that what you are doing is uncertain, not important, and everything. So how can we make to happen faster? I think it's really important because us as a sustainable structure, if we want to create a sustainable structure, then the decision-making procedures or the structure who decides upon is it's a must to have. So that's why I'm really interested. What are your thoughts? How can we make it faster? How can we build a better structure over here? The second question is, of course, about money and funding, and also about our investments. Because you are mostly vice-rectors at the universities. Sorry, Benedict, maybe one day. So you are involved in our university boards, senates, and etc., who are making decisions, of course, also about funding, of course, about where our investments of our communities also goes. So how can we influence these structures in our communities to see the importance? Because you already mentioned some points over there that we have to show the benefits, which are way more. Then we will have people who are involved. But it's also really important to have the funding system and investment system in this side. So I'm really interested how you see how can we make this influence happen? So because it's also one of the points of the sustainability. It's one of the aspects, as I see. So thank you for your answers. These are like my main ones because it really affects when the development of Arqus, which is a work package in the new Arqus 2.0 session for the next 4 years. And I think without answers to these questions, we can't move forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Very good points were raised. So let's try to answer or comment on those points.
Well, I'll comment about the decision making. I think we are already moving towards that direction. I think that the establishment of the Vice-Rector Council was a very healthy development. We took over the role of troubleshooting, making faster decisions, exactly what is expected from our colleague Claudius. And on Sunday, very important decisions were made in Rector's Council regarding realignment or even relabeling of our action lines. We will have 3 action lines, or maybe another name, maybe mission areas, which will cover 3 main missions of universities: research, studies, and social impact. And this, first of all, means that we will aspire to involve more top decision makers at our universities. I mean, vice-rectors for research, vice-rectors for studies, first of all. So then you have larger group of decision makers from each university committed, involved, and interested in the development of Arqus. I think it'll be easier to find solutions about funding as well. One more thing which I want to mention about funding, which is also nagging me, and I'm veering off a bit from your question, Claudius, is that we need to have equitable national co-funding of our universities. If we don't have that, we will face the issue of that the scale of ambition will be very different in each university. Some universities will not be able to afford, a full-time involvement. So, in this sense, I think that alliances can act as a lobbying force pressurizing national governments, talking to the European Commission, how to achieve these commitments from national governments. So these are my comments. Yeah.
I want to comment on this really important point of decision making. And I think there is something similar between the pace of decision making and the pace with an interdisciplinary project. It becomes faster if you know each other better. Yesterday we had the steering committee meeting. It was scheduled for 3 hours and we finished it within 2 hours because we see each other, we can react directly. There is a lot of empathy and emotions within the room, so it's much easier. So I think after the pandemic, it will become easier in the area of political decisions within Arqus. And I think a lot of other decisions, it took that long because of our environment within our within the member states and at the European level. And there I think that's the second important point. It was mentioned in the area of research, where are not so many restrictive legislative barriers than in the area of teaching, and I think that's a very important point, this point of lobbying, because it's not only that we receive something from the European Commission. I think we also might actively support the European Commission in that areas where they want to make things easier, and all our policymakers go to Brussels, they take their decisions in Brussels, and they came back and say, it was Brussels. Usually it's not Brussels, it's as we all know. And I think so we might take an advantage to be with the European Commission to make more pressure, to make things easier. I learned in the beginning from Arqus that in Spain you even need to have a special paper to print your certificates. For us that is crazy, but there are many other things that might seem very crazy for colleagues from other member states. And another point with regard to research and how to on the policy area is now we are in this era of the reform of research assessment, and I think we have the duty and the pleasure to contribute to this, because this will make our interdisciplinary work much easier. When I hear all the time that it's so difficult to publish in interdisciplinary journals because they don't have that impact other journals have, that's right for the natural sciences, for engineering. It's not right for the humanities, the social sciences, because this system of impact factor, it comes from natural scientists, and it's a barrier for groundbreaking blue sky research in all other areas. And so I think with our approach addressing societal challenge through research projects, through joint common research project, we are in a very, very good position to give input to this debate on the reform of research assessment, because I think that's necessary, because then this is the only opportunity for us as scholars to have a high impact on society if we get rid of this very, very small and limited system of research assessment.
Thank you, Petra. Benedict?
I'd like to try to link the two questions here, as in the decision processes, but also the question from Irene between are we still at a stage that we're looking at alliances or universities as a single unit? Because I feel like this is going back to ground statements we're making here, right? Decision processes are easy if it's an easy question. And yeah, sure, we can go quickly and then we're done. But as soon as it comes to questions that touch the base of university and touch the base of Arqus and basis of alliances, as in, are we as a university, every single one of us, ready to set Arqus over our own university and accept that Arqus rules are maybe more important than our own rules? that Arqus mandates, that Arqus ideas, motions, whatever, are to be put over our own motions, over our own ideas. And I feel like that is the basis for joining this alliance, but we need to remember that every single day and in every decision process, because the way I feel like it works now, and the way I've experienced it in steering committee or in other things, is that we don't want to step on anybody's toes. And I mean, the discussion culture is good, don't get me wrong. It's an open discussion, we talk about stuff, and we see eye to eye. But in the end, it's always still the question of, well, but that's not perfect for our university, you know, just... And we kind of always want to get the best out of the alliance, and that's very natural, that's very human. But in essence, an alliance is not only about saving your own university and making that better, but also bettering the whole concept. And maybe you have to give up some things of your own for doing that. Sure, we want to keep local context. We don't want to make it a one-fit-all system. We want to keep the benefits of every single university, right? We want to enrich by different cultures, by different languages. But in essence, we also have to, at some point, give up a bit of our pride and a bit of our own rules to set Arqus over this. I like to compare this to European unions and to the European Union and national states. It's always like, oh yeah, what can the European Union do for me? And that's great, but well, that law doesn't really suit me right now. I'm going to veto that. Is that fine with everyone? Perfect, because I, as a single state, can veto that. Or like 2 states, right? But yeah, I see a big problem there. And that was kind of the thing I was trying to touch on at first as well. Because if we don't get to that point, if we don't get to the point of, yes, we're making easy decisions because we are set on ground rules, we're set on the goal of this alliance, and we're all set out to do this, we're never going to get to a point where it's motivated working all along, because it's always going to be like, well, you know, this thing I produced, this motion I produced with long, hard work, it's not going to do anything because it's going to, you know, just stop somewhere or be a recommendation along the lines. So I feel like we need to look back at what we set out to do, as I already stated at the beginning, and then apply this and keep this applicable in decision processes as well.
Any comments from you?
Just to add small comments, because we have said interesting thing. I just want to say that we need to discuss each university with the ministry of each country, because if you want to simplify process, we need to have this discussion with the different ministry of the country in order to have harmonization at European level. And it could be very important if we want to develop, for example, training program inside Europe. It's essential if you want to success.
Okay, thank you. I think that I'm very sorry, but I didn't understand your name, and I hardly could see you. The first Irene. Yes, I think that Irene put us a very, very objective question, and until now I don't think we answered that question. And the question was, as far as I remember, do or do not our universities, are they or not prioritizing this theme of alliance in their daily practice or in their political statements, or whatever the level be? So can we go back to this, because I think this is a very critical question. Yeah, Petra, please.
Yes, and I think there was already one way of approaching it. And I think that's right if you focus on a university as institutions, and that we now have an alliance of institutions. But for me, as a Vice-Rector, but even more as a scholar, a researcher, a professor, it's about academic freedom. And academic freedom is not only part of the constitution in our member states. Academic freedom means also that a university in one way is a kind of umbrella of the sciences in the plural. And so I think that's so important, and that's why we have to protect protect these spaces. That was what I meant with universities today are expected to deliver solid knowledge. We have to deliver solid knowledge when we are teaching. When we are with our colleagues at conferences, we have to deliver the opposite. We have to deliver something that is so new, so fragile that we want to discuss this among our peers. And these are the two poles of universities that they have fulfilled. And so I think it's very, very wonderful to have less regulations within Europe so that we cooperate much easier. But there is, for me, no, it's not the single university versus the alliance. It's that we need alliances and alliances of the alliances to make academic freedom happen every day at every single school, institute, faculty, university, and some of the member countries where we are situated in are in a huge danger in the future with the next coming elections with regard to academic freedom. And so I think we have to take care for both, and for me it's not one versus the other. We all have to be together to ensure academic freedom now and in the longer future.
Thank you.
Little point. Benedict, I want to thank you for being controversial. That brings passion, you know, that brings life. I disagree with you. I disagree with you in the sense that we should not put pitch against, the Arqus Alliance and individual universities. What we should do, and I repeat myself, we should go beyond project cycle by finding joint common actions which will bring us together and our interests together. And I would like to throw in something, just as an example. Why don't we do, student recruitment together? International student recruitment. In that recruitment, we show the Arqus path, the Arqus track, for all the candidates. So they understand from the very beginning that they will have all these international opportunities. Why don't we do, I don't know, I think we are doing that a bit already rudimentary. Why don't we do jointly staff development? Very concrete programs, very concrete tracks for different members of staff, non-academic staff as well. I think we have a wealth of experience in that, different levels of experience, but we can do that. I, for example, would like to draw more, from Granada University, how do you do science communication? You are so much focused on that, and we are making an additional effort at Vilnius University. And it does not necessarily should be all universities in these activities. It could be coalitions, agile coalitions of interested parties, Of course, we should hold together as 8 universities and probably 9 universities, most certainly 9 universities in nearest future. But we are not restricted in any way to cooperate inside. So this is my disagreement, but I think it's just a way of putting that. I think we agree, Benedict. Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you for the controversial part. It's okay to disagree, I feel like, but I would find it hard to really distinguish between the academic sphere of universities and the politics spheres of universities. Because if we cherry pick and we decide, yes, we want that part of other universities, but also on that issue we disagree and we're not touching that whatsoever, we're never going to get to a basis where we agree on at least for me, very fundamentalist issues. As in, I'm always coming back to Action Line 2 for some reason, but as in gender equality, inclusion and all that, we should really, as one European university, because that's still the goal, right? We should really have a common stance on this, in my mind. Maybe I'm just different there and controversial in a sense, but I feel like if we just focus on just in quotations, if we focus on academic projects and cherry pick and get the best out of that, that's very good. It's not helping to join into one university on a European level, in my mind.
Thank you. We'll start another round of questions and comments. Roberto mentioned already that wants to say something, but just Roberto, let me say two things about what you said in your previous intervention. The first one is that I think that we all agree with you with this idea that we need to find the ways to keep the passion that we feel among the people and among the institutions, and we need to bring more people to this state of mind. Second one is that I think that we have very interesting experiences in what concerns the links between universities, municipalities and regional authorities inside our alliance, and of course we are very open to share that kind of experience. But please.
So thank you for your comments. No, I wanted to contribute to the controversy because I like so much in Italy these kind of things. But so I'm afraid, I don't know if this is an age story, but I tend to agree very much with the Vilnius colleague. And I was saying to Dorothy, when you were talking before, I strongly disagree with this guy. Who's this guy? So, no, I am sorry. I am on the one hand, you know, I am so happy that you come here and dare say what you said, you know, because all guys, you know, white hair or no hair, they say, you know, they need this kind of thing because we need to be constantly waken up, you know, by somebody else and not just be institutional and so on. So that part I appreciate. But you also have to try to be realistic, okay? Which is difficult, probably, which is difficult at your age. What is realism? It is not just a story, you know, that we do not want to forget about the university, etc. It's a matter of time. Please consider this. These alliances exist since 2 or 3 years. Some of our universities exist since hundreds of years. This is, you know, tradition. And as they say in the movie, I remember this Jackie movie, tradition needs time. It's unfortunate, you know, but before you go there, and actually, it's even, you talk about politics, it's politically a very, very dangerous message if you go to universities today and tell them, hey, this now we're going to make a revolution. No, sorry about what you did so far. Because these people will kick you out of the room even though you're Vice-Rector, no matter how many stars you have there. And they kick the rector out if the rector goes to say that. Because the people involved in this, we have, you know, a few thousands of people involved in our universities between stuff. And how many people do we have involved in the alliances? You do not have the power to go say these kind of things there. Nowhere, okay? So, but we have a lot of power because we can bring new ideas there at the table. And of course, if you find a way to have the people listen and have the patience to wait, some of these things are starting growing. Some of these things that we see around, they are, each of us sees in their universities, they are starting growing. Unfortunately, it's not on the time scale to satisfy one generation of students, for instance. People getting into, you know, bachelor 3 years out, master 2 years out, PhD I don't know how many years out. That is, they're not going to see this very clearly during their, but if you are willing, like this other, I was impressed by your contribution, I mean, but if you are willing to contribute, we are there to open arms, you know, to try to get the best out of your ideas, which we do not have anymore. We had them 40 years ago, and then we forgot them. Sorry about that.
Thank you, Roberto. Thank you. More comments? Please.
I actually just wanted to comment. Okay. So I really just wanted to say that I'm also
It's Irene again.
Okay. Now? That I'm just agreeing with Benedict, but I also think that it's a great contribution because it gives us a place to, you know, discuss. And I was thinking of one of my trainers saying, nothing ever great came from being comfortable. So the heterogeneity, the discussions, the things that come from discussing and from taking time to being together, that is so necessary, and that is so the beauty, I would say, about coming together and not being the same, but being different in all of its like little pieces. So that's really just a comment that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the discussion. I have a question regarding the future of Arqus, of course. I think it was mentioned before and in the session before as well as in this session. What do you think, maybe especially Benedict, but also the others, how is it possible to make not only Arqus, but the European university alliances known to people? Because let's have a look at Erasmus. Most students in Europe know Erasmus, even if they haven't been on an Erasmus program. You say Erasmus, they know it. How do you think it would be possible from actions to make it as popular as it think I should be, because it's a great project, to the people in the mid to long term?
Thank you. One last question. I'm afraid it will be the last, actually. Comment. Okay.
Okay, hello.
Thank you.
Thank you. Diana from Graz. I just want to thank the panel for the very interesting discussion here and all the contributions, but I just wanted to underline on the one side what Roberto said, I fully agree. On the other side, it's the duty of the young to be impatient. So I think we need to take that into account, and also answering the question now with Erasmus. Erasmus is 35 years old, and the alliances are only 3. So we just have a little time to get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we'll have a last round from the members of the panel. Benedict, you want to start?
Yes, please. Expect me to stay around, expect me to stay controversial, maybe that bit irrational that has been mentioned. I disagree on that, obviously. But yeah, I mean, maybe I'm a bit impatient, that might be. I just have high hopes for this, and I hope that I get to experience them once in my lifetime still. And I know how legal processes take a while, so I want to make sure that we are a step ahead of that, because that's still to come. Regarding the question from Desmond, I feel like we as the Alliance of 8 universities have a big pool of competencies that we can simply offer to students. Because the question is obviously how to make it more known to students, to staff as well. But to students, I feel like we can either offer more than Erasmus with joint degrees, micro-credentials and all that, or we can offer 8 universities of competencies in an already existing day-to-day life of students and organizations. Because if we have a student organization that is focusing on climate change, for example, in Leipzig, and they're trying to expand and to exchange ideas, normally they'd have to do that themselves. But if we as Arqus find them ourselves and look at them and are like, actually, there's something in Minya there as well. Granada does have that as well. And if we establish these links by ourselves and get students where they are in their day-to-day life, instead of adding on, where they would have to take something on in addition and have to put more in their schedule. Instead, we do that as we add on in their already existing life, in their already existing student groups, and we just introduce ourselves and be like, actually, there's 7 more universities. Do you like connect that? I feel like that's a big chance we have, and we have a lot of teaching capacity, and if we just quotation marks, if we share that, and if we manage to share that, and if we offer that to all the students, I feel like we are getting known by just being where they are already. Thank you.
Thank you. Anne?
So only want to say some words, and I hope that the Arqus Alliance in this new Arqus II Alliance success to create real network between all universities of the Alliance, and can develop different platform to help us to have a very nice training program and to help other universities in Europe.
Thank you. Petra?
Yes, thank you very much, Desmond, for the question. I think one important piece for the future of the university alliances to become part of daily academic life within Europe would be, it's my personal view and comes from my personal research area, is that the alliances will be the starting point for a public, open innovation system in Europe. We get only this little money, 2 million every alliance to build up digital infrastructures. We know now digital infrastructures, platform are the core of our daily life and also the core of life in academia, but we all rely on private infrastructures, different private infrastructures, and so I think the European Commission should give the Alliance of the Alliances really a lot of million euros together with industry, together with all open source companies within Europe to really make it happen that we will have in the future an open public innovation system based on the digital platforms and infrastructures of European university alliances of the future.
Arturas, please.
Yeah, I'll be, very brief. Benedict, I so much empathize with you, with your impatience. I'm impatient myself. I suffer a lot because of that, believe me, despite my age. But I want to give you a ray of hope, but before that, a bit of darkness, you know. When I came to Arqus, when I was appointed to look after, coordinate Arqus effort at Vilnius University, I saw these documents, policy documents, which were being developed by Arqus community, like multilingualism policy, diversity and inclusion policy, and I thought, my God, how do these documents commit us? I mean, how do we, do I need to rush this through Senate at Vilnius University? Do I need to give it to governing council, you know? Do I need to talk to a chancellor, you know, about committing some funding because you've introduced policy? You need to attach, you know, resources to that, otherwise it will not work. So that's a machinery, you know, very hard machinery of decision making, and that's why it becomes slow. But on the other side, you know, a little concrete example, at Vilnius University, we are already designing a plan of multilingual measures, and as a result of our you know, participation in Arqus, and we're going to rush it through the Senate. So things are moving. It's not so that we are standing in one place all the time. And as regards the visibility of Arqus, please, Vilnius University colleagues, correct me if I am wrong, but I think that, you know, most of the community are aware about Arqus, but they ask us constantly, okay, we heard about it, but what do we get from that, you know? What are the concrete benefits for me as a student, for me as an academic, and for me as a non-academic staff member? Give us more calls for action. Give us more competitions, yeah. So that's it, thank you.
Okay, I think that we are reaching the closing of this panel. I want to thank warmly the members of the panel, and of course all the participants. I think that a lot of ideas raised along this debate, and let me thank also Dorothy for inviting me to be in this position, trying to coordinate as better as I could the work that we are doing. I think it is expected for a moderator to be able to summarize what was said, but it's completely impossible for me. So I tried to do it under the form of commandments. As we are looking into the future, maybe this is a good way. But as I didn't get the proper help from anybody, I only reached the number of 6 commandments. Okay, but it's an open list. The first one, involve people and spread the word among your communities. The second one, consider the context, be it local or international, and consider also the expectations that are put in you as an alliance and as universities. 3, explore new forms of education. 4, look for excellence, research and innovation and social change. 5, simplify decision-making process. And last but not least, be controversial. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We're just going to have some closing words before we finalize the morning session.
Sit here, sit here. Yes, yeah, sure.
Okay, so just before we come to the end of this morning session, I would like to say a few closing words. The rector has just said it's impossible, but those are pretty good, those 6 commandments, I think. But it is true that it is actually quite overwhelming to hear the results and the impact that we heard yesterday, and to hear all the ideas. And can I say that of course we need the ambition, and yes, we need to be realistic within our ambition, but it's great to hear that that ambition is there, because it has to underlie everything that we do. I started yesterday by saying this is a transition event, looking back a little at what we have achieved, and especially looking forward. Looking forward in building bridges to our shared future. Can I say we were quite surprised when we saw the title of the council recommendations on building bridges. One of my colleagues said, hey, the council has copied Arqus. I said, well, that's nice. That's what we're here for. We're building bridges. Building takes longer. Anyone who has ever done any construction work knows that it always takes longer than you had originally planned. And I think we always knew it wasn't only going to take 3 years. It's going to take a long time. The best cathedrals in the world, some of them took more than a century to build. So we just have to keep going. And I think that is what we have seen yesterday and today, is that we really have the ability, the potential to continue to build. And I'm convinced we're going to build the best bridge in the world. But for that, we need long-term initiative, we need long-term commitment. I think we see this in our mission statement, which is from 2022 to 2032. As we said, beyond the timeline of generations of students, and beyond the timeline, I was just saying to Roberto, of our politicians who work on a 4-year timeline. Yeah? And we need to look beyond that. Universities have always been good at looking beyond the short term, and I think that is one of the great assets of universities as institutions. To come down a little bit more to these 2 days, it has been such an enormous pleasure to actually welcome so many of you face to face in Granada, to have time, not as much as I would have liked, but to have time to talk, to discuss. That's the way ideas generate and arise also. And I'd just like to pick up a little bit on yesterday's highlights. We didn't have time yesterday to see everything we've done. I don't think any single person in the Alliance, not even Fernando, knows everything that has happened over these 3 years, all the initiatives, all the results, all the products. And I think that's actually one of our good points. I think it's very, very important. We cannot predefine everything that's going to happen. But yesterday's highlights, I think, were a very good set of examples. And can I just, at a more meta level, say how pleasing it was to see yesterday that most of the panels were formed interinstitutionally. So we could really visualize the collaboration amongst our partners. And I think that's very, very important. Benedict, I know it's not a European university yet, but if everything we do involves several of our universities, then slowly we are moving away from, this is what I do, you buy it or you don't, but we're truly building together. And I think that yesterday that was very, very visible, and it's an important move towards joint ownership of what we're doing. And of course that has to be built on mutual knowledge and mutual trust. And I think yesterday what we heard the most times from everyone was meetings. What did Action Line 6 say? I think salt in the soup. Meetings, coming together, but so many of you said we need to see each other in person. It has been so hard to do this online. I think it was the master in cybersecurity that said we'd been meeting for 1.5 years, but then we had a 2-day face-to-face meeting in Braga, and that really was a turning point. And I think we cannot say this often enough, because it really is the way in which we build community. It was never going to be easy, and I think that's another issue that has underlined a lot of what we've been saying these past 2 days. We knew it wasn't going to be easy. We knew we couldn't stay within our comfort zones in order to achieve progress in this endeavor. And I think that is one of our very great assets and values. We have proven, I believe, over these 3 years that we are able to adapt and overcome difficulties, even the difficulties we didn't foresee, because we already knew we were going to have lots. But we really didn't expect some of them, and I don't want to talk about the pandemic. So, but can I also say something which our advisory board said to us in our very first meeting, I believe? Those of us who are so heavily involved in the day-to-day see all the difficulties, we see all the challenges, we see all the negative side, we see all the problems. But the International Advisory Board said to us, would you like to stop and look at what you have actually achieved? You have achieved so much in such a short time and in such difficult circumstances. And I think we need that touch of optimism. So we need to stand back and see, I think, beyond the difficulties and beyond the challenges. And I think yesterday we managed to do that very well. I think yesterday was really a very, very good sample of all the positive results. I think sometimes those of us who are right in the center need to speak to those who have been benefiting from the impact. The students who have participated in the winter school, those who have registered in the MOOC, and the researchers who have been participating in our research focus forums, to see that this is truly moving forward and very, very fast. By the way, can I welcome a twinning group who are here from the area of biochemistry. They've joined us for this session, and it's great to see you here, because you are a great example of one of the Arqus I initiatives, which I think we will continue. Twinning has been a real success. Yesterday there were some interesting metaphors flying around. We had golden hooks and silver bullets. We didn't move down the rest of the periodical table, which might have got complicated, although we did hear that Claudius was not too keen on chemistry, I think. But I think the most relevant metaphor was probably the snowball. That is, we are creating structures and spaces for things to happen and for things then to multiply. And that spontaneity and that serendipity, I think, is extremely, extremely important. And I don't think we should worry whether something was actually in the work plan and whether it really was a deliverable, and does it belong to Erasmus Plus or does it belong to Horizon 2020? Who cares? Is it useful? Does it have a good impact? That's what we need to be looking at. Of course, we would love to have a single funding source and make things much easier, but I think we also need to learn to keep those difficulties where they belong and see beyond them again. Something else I think we learnt yesterday is that we have produced a huge amount of resources which we really need to make sure move into Arqus II and are built on. Our first resource, of course, are our people. And our second resource are all the materials which have been produced. Arturas mentioned staff development. We've had dozens of staff development activities, and all those materials are there. We've had lots and lots of learning activities for students and for staff. Those materials are all there. We have our MOOCs. We have our recommendations. And I would very, very much like to make sure that we make good use of all those resources in the future, and that they don't end up on someone's computer or in a drawer, as so often happens with the results of very, very interesting, innovative European funded projects. So that is something else that I think we should bear in mind for the future. We have some fantastic tools which will help us to advance. And we hope to have a lot more, of course, in Arqus II. Passion. More passion, less bureaucracy. I believe Petra put it that way. I think that's an excellent, excellent summary. More fun. Can I thank very much Action Line 6 yesterday for bringing the fun into their highlights and their presentation. It was fantastic. I have later learnt why. Something to do with a stand-up comedy course in Edinburgh this summer. So I have suggested that we bring the stand-up comedy into Arqus's next detailed work plan as learning innovation, and I think that's so. Thank you, Joanna and Gerhard, for that. We have also heard, and I think it has been very, very good, some very interesting suggestions, comments. I think it is very clear, and it is in the Rector's commandments. We need to simplify. We need to simplify, and we need to be more agile. Decision-making processes have been complicated, and I think decision-making processes have partly been complicated because we are 8 individual, we have been 7, we are now 8 individual institutions, each with their own, traditionally quite complex decision-making processes, and we really need to find ways of being more agile. We hope the new action line structure, which Arturas mentioned, will help with that, and we certainly take good note. Can I also thank you all for the proposals? Roberto, the proposal we just discussed to take advantage of having universities in different alliances in at least 2 of our cities. And I think it is probably also going to be the case in other cities in the future. This is a great way of promoting inter-alliance activity and also of strengthening our links with our local ecosystems, which for Arqus II is important. We have our local governments on board as associate partners in this new round, and I think that is something that we will be able to develop in the future. I think I'm going to bring my words just to a conclusion now, moving on, of course, necessarily to words of thanks. Thanks to so many people, and I'm going to run a risk here. We've learned a lot about risk management, but I'm going to run the risk of actually trying to name the people that I feel that we owe a debt of gratitude to. So apologies in advance. So this is mitigation, right? Apologies in advance if I leave anyone out. I'm really going to try very, very hard not to. Thank you first to our rectors, to our Rectors' Council. And I would especially like to thank those of you who, in your very, very busy schedule, have found time to come to Granada to attend the opening ceremony of our academic year, to make it the most colourful and I hope most memorable of the openings of our academic year, and to be here with us and to join the debates with us, apart from the debates in the Rectors' Council. So thank you very much as representative of all the rectors. Thank you very, very much indeed for that. I would like to thank my Vice-Rector colleagues for their continuous support, for being shoulders to cry on, for being troubleshooters, for being there and for believing in this initiative. Thank you all very much indeed. And I hope that many, many more of our meetings will be like the one we had on Sunday evening, in a very relaxed atmosphere where it was much, much easier for us to speak than on a Zoom meeting or a Google Meet. I would like to thank the Student Council. I should almost put that in plural, because we have Claudio's here from the very first Student Council right the way through to the current Student Council, for challenging us. That's what you're there for. As I think Diana just said, is the duty of youth to be impatient, and to and I think that is absolutely essential. Absolutely essential, and I'd like to thank you all very, very much indeed for your constant commitment and for your impatience. I would like to thank the steering committee. And I would like to thank the steering committee for all the very, very hard work, the steering committee and the management team as a subgroup of the steering committee, for the very, very hard work that goes on right the way through the year, but also for the incredible ability which we seem to have developed collectively to reach consensus. Petra said yesterday we had a 3-hour meeting. We thought we were going to need the 3 hours to solve complicated issues, and we managed to solve them in a much shorter time. And I think this is a sign that we are really, truly progressing towards this one institution, body, I don't know what we are, organism, as we move forward. Thank you all very, very much. Can I also say thank you to the application group, again a subgroup of the steering committee, with a couple of colleagues from outside who worked so hard to produce the application for the second round, and managed to get the fantastic result which we have had, a very positive evaluation and no changes, which we're very proud of, so that's great. I would like to thank our International Advisory Board, and particularly, of course, the 2 representatives who have been able to be here with us these 2 days. So Harvey and Ruth, thank you very, very much indeed. Thank you for helping us to see beyond the problems. I think that is particularly important for us, and for giving us the external perspective. I would like to thank very much the Action Line chairs and all the members of the Action Line boards for constant work over these 3 years. You really, truly have laid the foundations, as we said, for our bridges towards a shared future. And I know sometimes in very, very complicated situations, I know some of you have really felt overworked, and we are extremely, extremely grateful to you for all of that. And all the task force members. All the task force members within the action lines, and all the special groups, the IT group, the quality group, the communications group, and so on and so forth, who have truly, truly helped us to embed, and I think it's a key word, to embed what we're doing in each of our universities. I, of course, have to thank all the speakers and panelists who have been with us over these 2 days. In particular, I would like to thank Vanessa for finding time and spending time with us, despite the Commission's policy, and I will here say that I disagree strongly with the Commission's policy that their officers should not travel, except for extremely high-profile events. I think it's a policy error, but at least we've had Vanessa online with us, and I'm absolutely delighted to have been able to share some time with her. But also, of course, thanks to Markus from the Spanish Ministry, to Juan from the Erasmus Student Network, to Roberto, not only for the panel, but also for participating in the second panel, and to Ruth, again, for the panel. Louis, for chairing the second panel, Petra, Arturas, Anne, and Benedict. And then Patricia and Christina, who chaired panels yesterday. And a few words for some people who have helped us in the organization and supported us over the weekend. Firstly, Artur, who is not only the University of Granada's Action Line lead for Action Line 3, but is also an official guide to Granada and has shown our rectors and vice-rectors around the Alhambra and around our madrasa building over the weekend. Thank you very, very much, Artur. I would like to thank the director of the Colegio Mayor San Bartolomé Santiago for opening the residence to us for a lunch on Sunday. I would like to thank the interpreters who were able to help our guests to understand our opening ceremony with all the undertones and subtext, which I see reached you. So I think that means they did a good job. And I would like to thank the Rector's Office, very particularly Elena Morales, for all her support also in that organization. The Director of the School of Architecture for welcoming us yesterday. The Director of this residence, Juan García Montero, for welcoming us today. The Town Hall, municipal collaboration, for welcoming us yesterday evening, for offering us their facilities in Quinta Alegre for yesterday's dinner. Of course, I would like to thank Juan Pinilla for being the multilingual flamenco artist, also a graduate of our university, as is the dancer. So really, I hope you enjoyed his performance. I'm sure you did. I'd like to thank the catering service of the University of Granada for feeding us over the weekend and over these 2 days. I would like to thank the audiovisual team, thank you, and the communications team for making sure that technology did not get in the way of our communication. And also for allowing us to have real-time photos and videos, which is really fantastic. Thank you very, very much indeed for that. I would like to thank the Center for Modern Languages, who have done the pre-event organization, and of course the coordination team. So ably led by Fernando, who works 24/7, 12 months a year. Fernando, thank you. Thank you. I would like to thank Marina, Luisa, Carmen, Pablo, Irene, Nacho. This gets risky, right? Rocío, Gemma, and Inma, special thanks to Inma, who really has been central to the organization of these 2 days. Thank you very, very much indeed. And a final word of farewell. This really is the last Arqus I event, so it really is the last collective event with representation of the team from Bergen. I think you're all aware, and I think many of you feel the same as I do, saddened by an institutional decision which has somehow cut short very, very valuable multilateral cooperation at other levels. Roberto said multi-level. Yeah, there's an awful lot of cooperation which has happened, and very, very positively at those levels. We reiterate our sadness at this decision, but can we also thank the Bergen team for their very, very professional approach to these months, which have not been easy for them or for those of us who are continuing. And I'm absolutely sure that the personal bonds which we have established will continue in other contexts, but will continue. And that said, I very, very much look forward to seeing you all again.
May I have a word?
Of course. In Graz in April.
I think that, speaking on behalf of everybody that is here, I think we are all in solidarity with the thanks that you did to so many people involved. But I'm sure that we all think that is someone missing in that list. And that's you. Okay? Sorry for interrupting you.
You're always welcome. Thank you very much indeed. Looking forward to seeing you all in Graz in April, and during lunch and at this afternoon's meetings. There are still meetings planned for this afternoon. So thanks, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you. Congratulations.
I think this morning was really good. I think there's a lot more debate to be.